Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. Yeah. There we go. So I think at some point I just have to tackle this rendering issue. I did a little bit of searching and I couldn't find any references to this kind of effect. I might be able to do something that flips the rendering mode to large block pixels instead of this blurry mess, but that wouldn't really be useful. So I think there's going to be some stuff we can share between Canvas and SVG, but I feel like I might be refactoring in ignorance a little bit if I try to do that beforehand. I mean, there's definitely some things that could be pulled out, but I also don't know what Canvas is going to need. Or if it's going to work in a compatible way. Yes, like most of the data structures. Now this actually, this arbitrary size thing actually shouldn't be so much of an issue. I think that may have actually been an attempt to deal with blurriness by drawing things up to a reasonable size. There's going to be a few things like hit detection, calculating the metrics. Although some of these could end up working in the exact radius size or the exact image size. So that would be bad. So that's where you could get yourself into trouble. That's an actual display. Oh, I only use that for font calculations. Okay. I guess that's not a large factor. Oh wait, we view exporting. Okay, we just duplicated it here. Oh, because I passed the size down to you. Oops. Maybe that was supposed to be a thing that changed and I forgot that I extracted it. Well, okay, so there's one. Except I was hoping to use a similar data input, and that's actually giving us a size factor externally. So we only use that for a scale here. Oh, and this also goes into the way we use zoom factors. I have to redo that a little bit. Anyway, so that gets used here. To be proper about it, display boon trait. Do you already have size? No, that's duo size. What do we do with you? Okay, that has something to do with the text size of whatever text we're doing. All right, so chart size is no longer a global variable here. So one of the things I was thinking of possibly doing, although what do we got here? So we've got height fill, width fill. And did I just arbitrarily pick column here? Yeah, I just arbitrarily picked column. This could really be an L at this point, except I was thinking of doing a side-by-side while we're working on it. So your boon chart, the layout, I'm actually going to need a wrapper element to tell it. Oh, because I was doing this to screen width. Well, we're going to have to do some stuff for that. So those would just perfectly overlap, no? Well, not exactly. Okay, so that shrunk the size. This is Elm, which is immutable, functional, typed, compiled to JavaScript. So that works to an extent. Well, no, my hit detection is a little bit messed up. Because the semi's in different places. Or rather, I was assuming a full screen view. So that's HTML attributes, so that's constraining that stuff. If I just had, if I like knew what the size of these things were and did all that properly, I could probably set that up. Because I think am I just setting a constant zoom value? But if I want to do the side-by-side thing, I guess I'm gonna need to work that out. All right. Also, what do we have? Did we do anything with graph here? No, we didn't do anything with graph here. And this is actually probably unnecessary now because I've completely redone hit detection. All right, so you're centering as if you have a full screen. Why did I even have this? Oh, right, because SVG defaults to like a 300 by 100 or whatever. So I think your height width fill didn't quite do it, is that right? No, that doesn't really work. Oh no, you need HTML attributes. Because it's the SVG library. I guess the other side of this would be if we just pick different zooms and things. Yeah, okay, that explains the size, doesn't explain the centering. Alright, so you're still here, Alfie, and your indentation's off. Oh, it must only apply it to sub-elements if they are... LMUI elements. Okay. Well, there's other ways to do that. Oh, did I call it ID graph? They're not going to like that much. Which was originally quite true. Okay, so and it's irregular, which, well, the screen size was irregular, that shouldn't be an issue. Alright, so what are we doing when we position things? See, offset. Starts with an offset of 0. Oh, I have window width. Focus view. Yeah, so this little thing's gonna require a little bit of extra effort. No, this is plus 80, that's minus 40, so those are constant offsets. Can't pre-compute that. Oop. It's fine if you're integer, that'll just be off by 1. That's better. Oh, because I was doing a constant offset for this thing, but it's not a constant offset for this. In fact, we're... Huh. Yeah, we don't have any of those elements going on. So that's about the right amount to inset, but our bottom is way off. Because I did width. Oh man. So, well, maybe that is centered here. We're still going off the bottom though. Oh, no, because man, I got myself, because I was looking at width there. I thought these were switched. Okay. That might be a little small to be useful. All right. Okay. Yeah, hit detection is still messed up because they're probably assuming a global or a screen size thing. Can I easily translate that to an element, or are we just doing screens? What points are we even getting? Alright, so this is viewed on mouse down. Oh, did I? I know I was thinking about doing global DOM subscriptions at some point. Not just on resize. Okay, so it says that's there. That's hitting other stuff. Okay, so we have to be on the chart itself, it looks like. Okay, so that is not like a 0. What if we zoom you up so it's always on here? Okay, so that's still blocked out. Okay. Okay, so those are like window global coordinates. Are we doing that on purpose? We're just passing that through. Events.onMouse down. Okay, so that's a window global. Yeah, we just assumed that this was a full screen thing. Now I guess technically, there's one small change we could make here, although, not that that will sort out our coordinates any, but, well, it sorted out you. So we were only having trouble with height? Interesting. And this just doesn't even work. Oh, I guess because it offset the window a little bit, effectively. Yeah, so you're still 0, 0 based. Okay, well that makes it semi-usable until we get back to regular view. Hmm. Right, so we're wondering how much could we... Could we predict some things that would end up being common? There's like a lot of the layout stuff is going to be common. And then display is all going to be all different. All right, so right now we've got source boon chart. This is going to give us sub-renderers of like SVG and canvas. So actually, probably you kind of take over all this. Oop. We'll probably be able to put some stuff back into basic boon chart. The boon chart itself might be exposing nothing right now. It's actually not going to like that very much. Well, it's definitely not going to like that. Okay, so it actually doesn't like the... I guess a module has to expose something? Ah, you also do some stuff. Now, this is actually something that probably could be... I mean, like, drag mode isn't even... do you do anything else with it besides drag mode stuff? Well, we needed our chart metrics, calculate metrics. So these are going to be candidates for... things that should move up into common. So particularly the things we need just at the logic level. Or, I mean, I guess almost all the things that get exposed, except for like the actual render function. And then you... Let's see, you used to have access just to everything. So you're going to want anything that gets moved up. And if that's going to be most of the exposures, that's actually starting to become quite a list. Let's see, and the Hades boons needs to get this from here. Oh, dragging. We got point from SVG before, didn't we? Yeah, and then other things had to re-implement their own version of it. All right, so boon chart is a big thing that incorporates a lot of things. So we need to get at least chart metrics somewhere common if we can move that up. Actually, that's me the big thing. That's going to be a whole bunch of stuff, isn't it? Which in turn depends on God metrics, which depends on connector. So shape, those are relatively basic things. This might end up interacting with the different chart types a bit, just in terms of what parameters they need. Yeah, but the data structures end up being kind of a deep hole here. All right, in order to have a common structure, which so far my view call is just duplicating it, so I don't know if I even need that. But actually, I think even... Yeah, chart metrics is actually a common thing that we carry around. So that much at least needs, okay, so that depends on chart metrics depends on God metrics depends on boons and connectors. Okay, so boon is ground level. Okay, I don't know if I exposed this before, but now I have to expose it because the individual charts are going to be using that probably. There's the hit function. Layout. Well, not display uses it. So that's definitely going to be an individual thing. And might need to alphabetize these to keep sane. Okay, so that compiles. Boons were used by what? Well, you've got a list boon and a list connector. Connector is where it actually gets messy. So a connector has a connector shape. You involve an arc type. And probably an elliptic arc type? Yeah. So these will probably all kind of go as a unit. Well, that's connector shape. And then we have connectors and duo connectors. Well, there's technically a duo arc type. Duo connector shape is a duo connector. Duo connector is part of chart metrics. We stopped at God metrics before. So really we need all this connector stuff. All right, and since we're using all these things in here, we're going to have to... Cannot find group ID. Well, okay, so that's a different thing. Do we actually need all of this stuff here? Okay, so color comes from color. Oh no, this is mine, that's theirs. Trait ID comes from traits. We probably need a bunch of stuff from there. Okay, and there's winding. Oops, wrong one. And there's boundary. Okay, now we're down to SVG, does not have connector. Duo connector. That deals directly with connector shape. At least it does currently. We might end up moving that function as well. Okay, and that's actually compilable. Now, well, I probably have to deal with I probably have stuff that works with windings. Yeah. So this is still going to need that much. Let's go do some stuff with boundaries too. Alright, so we had duo connector, god metrics, colors, boons. Trait is going to be gods, right? And then that lets us do chart metrics. Oh, I kind of inverted this, didn't I? Because I just kept adding things. Okay, so we had an array in there. Oh, you were the previous owner of that. And boon chart is this top level thing. That's going to be mostly the same. I guess it could. Well, is that going to be all the same? I guess that argument list could end up being different for the two of them. All right, so for exposed functions, boon chart, boon chart. And I think the rest of these are dealing only with the generic stuff. Use the chart metrics. We do a little bit of geometry stuff. Wait. Was I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, no, I just didn't get down to far enough. The geometry array list. Hit boons, so it's got a sub function. Hit boon. Wait, where is hit god come into this? Oh, we did that as a pre-pass. So there's that hit boons and that hit boons. No, that's the chart. Wait. Ah, but we reuse that. That's in the boon chart itself for drawing. And it's in the hit. So the hit is abstract-ish. But we'd have to make this a common definition if we're going to reuse that. Actually, that was the only place I used this. Now, I might have used these in other places. I don't... These might be just duplicate things. Alright, so plant we expect to only be used there. Right now I do need to expose that. Is it boon size? It's basic boon size. Because we also use that in our drawing routine. Okay, that's for that stuff. Oh. No, you probably had... Okay, so that was just a... That has to do a little bit with the coordinate system of the thing we're dealing with. This might be something we have to think about a little bit later. Because that might end up being different between Canvas and SVG. All right, so calculate metrics, which has a whole bunch of sub-functions. I hope it doesn't get into too much shared stuff. Initial metrics. Traits list. Traits. Layout basic boons, layout basic connectors. Well, I might just have to start moving this and pull the thread. Okay, so first of all, we've got module issue. And there's the initial metrics. Layout duo boons. Layout duo boon. Okay, I don't think it's only getting used anywhere else. Fabulous. All right, Tau. I might almost just repeat. You get, yeah, well, layout basic boons we might end up, but yeah, that shows up. Main ring radius. This is calculate. This might end up only being in one place. I mean, I guess it should kind of end up here. Man, I've never had so much formatting trouble with this. Maybe because I'm doing two things at once. I should probably be doing a write all. I should have a keybind for that. Yep, and I forgot to write all again. Cannot find a layout basic boons of. Oh. Okay, yep, yeah. And forgot write all. God index. Did that come from... Oh, no, that indeed. But we use that in multiple places. Now, maybe some of this stuff is going to end up also being dependencies here. But for now, we have to expose that so you guys can use it. Ooh, don't write quit. Yep, that didn't help. All right, so what was trait singular? Oh, okay, yeah, we had that, all that from you. Oh, and then you were where we get into adjacent. Skip one, skip two, opposite. Do a boon. Oh, so that is going to be something of here, boon type. Okay, so this is only used there. Oh, your adjacency. Now, okay, so that's used indirectly in there. You, I have a feeling, get used here. Oh. You don't get used. Oh, I only used you kind of like during debugging. Okay. Opposite. You're defined there. You're used there. You're only used there. Okay, so this is the thing that gets used a bit. Now this is calculate arc. So you might end up moving to... Actually, it's going to kind of be part of another cluster of stuff somewhere, isn't it? Oh boy. Okay, so you're just a stray join, I think. Okay, so you're used only in there. And that might have been our other God Center. Point Y. Does not like those multiple files changing. Oh, and there's farther point. All right, God data comes from traits. Boundary line. Wait, are you an enum? All right, so that got calculate. Okay, so angle, but is that one of the things? Oh, okay. So you were kind of just used as like a debugging function. Okay, so that's still used. All right, so things you expose. Focus angle of, which is only for that exposure. Actually, in its focus position of 2. Yeah. Okay, so those were previously pretty high up things. Oh no, it was focus angle of. Okay, so I think that that's most of this stuff that is going to be like super shared because it's all the calculation. Or it's the stuff to calculate the metrics up front, which by dependency requirement is all but included because it's not complaining about anything. So this should all be dealing with actual SVG stuff. Okay, curve points is algorithmic, but I also don't know if we're going to be doing arcs the same way. But those are somewhat pure geometry. Well, at some point it might be calling out to the SVG library. Oh, and that's mouse wheel stuff. Which I guess I could actually push that one. It's an HTML event. Unless maybe the Canvas library has a different way of doing that event binding. Okay, that's the client decoder. So this could possibly be a module itself. Oh, actually, here's wraparound. So this is like 2 methods. Although we're using it directly in here. Actually, I don't know why the Canvas library would have this. Maybe the actual event binding would be different. Now, if it was any kind of canvas. Oh. Okay, so this actually like does the rasterization. List position. Oh, okay. Was it called something besides Canvas? Because there used to be a Canvas interface. I wonder, did that get depreciated with 19? Or did it get called something else? Uh, Elmlang. Oh, we don't have the... Aha. You might be SVG yourself, though. Polygon, yeah. But you're not zooming, so you don't have that problem. Maybe Canvas isn't actually a Elm thing anymore. Originally, like it rendered to Canvas in order to get independent stuff. But I haven't worked with it in so long. Yeah, elmcanvas.js. I mean, I guess it'll work. So probably it's a... Is it ports? Well, you can't ship things with ports. Oh, do you not have a... source link? Or maybe it's part of this. Connected callback. Attribute changed. Oh, exec command. Well, the communication stuff might be an internal. Canvas. Well, I guess if it's a standard HTML element, you'd have the standard event bindings. Oh, do you have this? I mean, I guess that would make sense. Oh, we deal with textures, huh? You have the same point type. Ooh, okay, so setting clustering could be a rendering order concern. Oh, right. I know the canvas interface has lots of arc stuff. That maps pretty well. Well, okay, so you've got curves, so we can go back to our elliptic curve stuff for that. Transforms are in advanced, huh? Sprite sheet with many images in one. Well, this is what we've got to work with. Short of doing our own port interface. Oh, we were thinking. I guess we can leave the event hookup. And then that's probably all we needed you for. Now, I guess it might be convenient if we're just going to be reusing this all the place to also, well, we've got the decoder. That's the main thing. Would you ever use that with not HTML? Because probably it would be a different decoder if somebody did their own wheel implementation. Is that what that would be? Well, no, this would be an HTML attribute. So of course I called that on wheel. And that's the wheel decoder, so that's the... Let's hear the message. Or tagger. Kinda. We don't actually need that much stuff. Ugh. We use HTML for anything else? Boon chart returns an HTML message. We almost don't need to import that even. I guess we never had to name this type before. Or is it even attribute.attribute? I see it's in here, but I don't know if it's documented in here. Of course, this is going to have it all over the place, too. Do you even specify this anywhere? Maybe we just that? Ah, yes. And then we don't have, let's say, a local point here. And we're here decoder point 2. Oh, client decoder. Oh, did I ever expose anything from you? All right, so that's in a reusable position. Now, it's possible we lost the dependency on something else here. Hey, Galaxy. What about the rest of this stuff? Oh no, we had some windings, I think. Yeah. and some boundaries. So we are still using that directly. Okay. Moon chart. Module. Moon chart. Canvas. Right now, I think these are going to be the same. I guess text is the HTML.text is the smallest thing we can return. Now, I've previously been doing this by compressing everything together. I think we can actually stop doing that now. Let's see, we'll eventually be getting point from our canvas. Is that our only issue right now? No, we're gonna have a few other issues. I guess we can just kind of punt on that one for a moment. We're probably going to need pretty much the same set of things from here, actually. Oh, svg.attribute, okay. So they're not going to be SVG attributes. You're going to take just HTML attributes? That's HTML. Yeah, they're going to be HTML attributes. I guess maybe SVG attributes were HTML attributes. Okay. Not surprised that's blank. We're not doing anything yet. All right, so what is it going to take? All right, so we're looking at this. Only run the browser. Okay. I guess we can keep it as a separate thing, even though I often do support stuff inline. No, we need. Well, actually, it'd kind of be just as easy as saving it somewhere. It's just called Canvas. All right, so we've got Canvas to HTML. A list of renderable could be empty. So this will eventually be window width and window height, but we've kind of hacked things up for now. With width. Oh, maybe I didn't pass that, because that was, no, that's master model. Boon chart actually doesn't have that information. Well, this is where they drift, I guess. I was effectively kind of passing it by way of the attributes. And we were using relative terms rather than absolute terms. Oh, right, because there's all the UI stuff. You know what? I was probably trying to use these to avoid thing kind of flipping as we got the information in. The canvas actually does need to know how many pixels it's got. Does that need to be part of chart metrics? Because that could affect hit detection. Well, now we've got a transform, we've got coordinates. We never actually worked out hit detection in the other window, but we can flip the windows once we're at that point. The size factor probably actually might not be relevant to us too. Actually, it might kind of just take over that. Because size was relevant to the rendering size of the SVG. And we could actually then leave the outer thing in control of that aspect of it. Int. Oh, because I was copying the thing that was a float. Okay, so there is an element there. Okay, and this is where click events. So you've got shapes, text, texture. Is this just an HTML on click? Oh yeah, these are HTML attributes. So that's regular HTML style. Wait, what are you? Shapes. Oh, shapes rect. Oh, shapes is a thing for applying attributes. And you can also just have straight up elements. Now, until we draw something, we don't have a point of reference. I might indeed need a color here. Okay, and this is where we want to. So this indeed is like the whole API. Ah, but now we have width versus float. Also, comma. Okay, so Rex, So I guess because text doesn't use the same stuff, it doesn't use that wrapper. Okay, and we do in fact need some kind of color or something. We probably haven't brought in color yet. Fill. Oh, are you settings? No, settings advanced, duplicate this. No. Is this exposing too much stuff? Okay, it's white all right. Okay, so now, well, we haven't applied any transforms to it either. Can we do something a little more appropriate? That's settings. Just a little bit more appropriate. I might in fact need a background rectangle too. Yeah, so we have to figure out the transforms for our zoom and stuff. Okay. So am I going to need like a size factor? Anyway, that's sufficient to... Yeah, it doesn't like that. All the parentheses. I didn't get my I think I did the minimum or maximum that was like just the size factor. So we did things to our SVG system to center it. Now I think transforms are in advanced. Is this settings that advanced? Yes. All right, does it have a name problem? All right, and are these are settings, so this all has to go into a shape. Does that mean this doesn't apply to text? Well, called a setting. Shapes and text. Oh, it's... Oh no, this is renderables. Oh. So text isn't transformable? Well, it's list settings, so I guess you could still put transforms in there. But it's not a shape. So that's going to be a big pain in the butt. So that means text stuff is basically going to be a separate pass? Or we have to deal with absolute coordinates. All right, we want to do that, which is not going to make any sense now. We just have to figure out which side to put the scale on. It's just going to mess up all our coordinates because... wait, translate. Oh, just take two arguments instead of... Yeah, it takes two arguments instead of a point. You know, the things that take coordinates take coordinates. Oh. List transform. Okay. Oh, is scale a two-dimensional transform? Yes. Let's see, we want the smaller of these. This is actually just straight up min. And this is going to be our scale. We can go ahead and convert this to float. Now I just need to, the question is, does it scale up or scale down? Oh, right. Okay. We're not using transform yet. Right, we would be doing a circle of like 1 then. Which actually means the other side might have been right. Okay, so actually it's going to be effectively that. All right, so we have a zoom and an offset. Oh, and I think these need to be reversed. Okay. And then we have to account for scale. Oh, which coordinate system is offset in? Model. Oh no. Oh, no, okay, we ended up here. No, I guess I got into basic boon chart. I need to it's working with our points, but... Oh, and we turn it back into a tuple. Okay, that is nowhere to be seen. That seems appropriate. And I guess we could just work zoom into this, although it's going to be... probably going to be wrong. Okay. Was I setting my scale based on... Yeah, I was setting my scale based on the 4096. So we were saying... Oh, and we need to do a canvas clear operation. So I guess every time the model updates, it's going to do this. I guess you could do dirty buffering. So this is a renderable... Is there a special operation for just clear the whole thing? Nope. I guess this lets you do dirty buffering and things. Your float, so actually it's basically this. Oop, not wrecked. Okay, and these are in this order. So that was supposed to be just size. Well, I guess it's because it's messing up how we do our coordinates. Because for where it's on screen, it's kind of right. How do we interpret that? Because we've essentially got the window working in the window size, working in the 4096. Did I just kind of fudge the zoom factors we're using? Min width scale, height scale, which is that adjusted stuff. You're not using, what was the, where did I use that? Hey, thanks for the water. I actually kind of need to get more water, and I want to move the laundry through. So I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, there are these guys. Whoa!
Area. This is not very flat. There we go. This is better. No. Stop. Okay.
All right, I see you. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, go. I heard the pop.
What's happening? Is it working?
All right, I'm landing at the place you were. So it doesn't really say like node starting up anywhere, but oh no, wait. Well, Node Supervisor is a separate project that I'm using that auto restarts when things crash and stuff, which is occasionally annoying because I sometimes get things that crash every time. Dip-a-doo. Does that even work? Well, it doesn't blow up. Here. All right, metals, not a big deal. Well, I was trying to replace my compound. Use titanium for oxygen tanks. Yeah, I feel like we're just kind of going around in circles now. Well, it might be comforting to actually go around in a circle. Or we could crash. Welcome back. All right, you're getting a chart size from model.size. So right now the view is defining that. Also, we typed that wrong. That's not the bug, is it? Nope. That's still useless. So how do we translate that down? That's really supposed to be a thing that only matters to you, but we've picked our scale based on getting this where a zoom is 1-to-1 in that system. That's not even 1-to-1. I mean, these are much larger images, I think. Well, maybe that's a... If I could see it, maybe the full size is 100. Well, it's at 1. Or maybe the duo boons were at 1 there. So we still pass that in somehow as sort of how we're scaling things, because that was the actual like height and width of the SVG, which ended up kind of affecting the size of the things we drew on it. Yeah, so we're treating it as the height and width of the SVG, and then we zoom out to a smaller view to actually see the entire thing. How am I figuring out what zoom to use? Because this is only in the view right now. Oh, okay, so you exposed that. View.chart size. So you're calculating that based on the assumption that the underlying thing we're drawing is that big. And then we're zooming into it. So that's the geometry.scale of a... Oh, and I see this affects our offset if we take this out of the equation. Do we start off with a 0, 0 center? All right, so that was easy. To do another unfront, we're gonna have to actually do positioning stuff. Okay. So we actually are calculating position. I guess the... Okay, and this changes as we zoom. Why is that 0? Oh. That's where we would be if there was no... if the thing was perfectly centered at the upper corner. Did we have to work 4096 into canvas? Or do we have to work it out of SVG? Unfortunately, it's going to be an experiment, so we kind of have to stop for a little bit. So what are... my fear is that I'm going to have to do all of the center translation stuff all over again. All right, so right now we've got it in view. We were passing it down. I think this actually kind of should be a SVG thing. We just kind of had to render things at that size to... Or maybe I was trying to deal with the zoom issues. All right, are you going to be a conflict? We used chart size as a variable where we're getting it. We could just take it back out and punt on that. Now, where does model.size work into things? So scale model.size, okay. So now arguably we don't even need that. Except that it works into all of our coordinate stuff. And metrics. Okay, you have no mention of it. So if we just take this out, and it was in there for some reason. Oh, okay. So this greatly changed our... Well... No, okay, the size is the same. But yeah, it's messing with our offset. Oh no, it's messing with our scale. We are at zoom 375. Which makes sense because that would basically say it was a unit image or something. So we're still drawing it up just as big. What problems did that cause for us? Well, it causes some icon problems. And that really shouldn't affect us. Yeah, that's fine. And actually, it causes more blurry problems from the looks of things. And our icons are for some reason a different size. So this is all up here. And actually, oop, this much has been working. Our hit detection isn't working. But from the view side, so we have to actually increase the image, and my fear is we're going to have to tweak a bunch of other stuff. Or is this we just affect the... That's just... We're scaling by chart size, and we're scaling by zoom. If we take that out of zoom, well, right now we're taking it out of the calculation of the fit area. So we're trying to blow it up really big, and then we're finding out that it's actually drawing itself much bigger than what we're calculating. Right, so in this configuration, it's still drawing everything big, but the actual on-screen stuff can be the same either way. What else would we use you for? Only fonts. There must be some weird rounding in the numbers somewhere. Or maybe it has to be 2. Now, the icons are still wonky. Like, way too small. So actually, this is this chart, but to see it, we have to be in a really big zoom value. I'm wondering if I should re-engineer my zoom around, like, say, full view. That would mean that the thing itself doesn't have a native size. Its native size would somewhat depend on how big it is on screen, which could make math a little bit harder. Because we need this for the font, which is getting something. Oh, well, the font sizes make sense. It's the icons that have me confused. We've got a scale and a shift. Well, no, actually, that doesn't help. Well, I want to make it so that this. No, I don't. I just don't like these zoom numbers. Oh, and now our text is all messed up. Or all confused. If we reorient zoom, to be displayed within its area. And we give it some information about that area. Well, this thing still needs to have some translation of that. How would we calculate you? That would be... It's looking at 375. Oh, this is going to be divided by size. So actually the zoom is that. This is the scales that would be appropriate for those two dimensions. Our diameter is basically 1 here. Or is it, actually we're getting the like 0.5 or whatever. Adjacent distance. Oh, that's a focus. And then 1. That's the number of pixels we've got available, which you do have to account for some stuff here. So we do have to care about the size of these with all their adjustments. Or is that where we pass the window size down to the rendering layer? And maybe it has to do with all the adjustments. Okay, so part of the reason that we have pixel level coordinates here is because of the drag stuff. I guess we can be scaling and unscaling as we go. We'd have to decide what our what are we scaling by? Which would be what, like the min of, well, we'd have that recorded as our zoom somewhere, right? Now, is offset is a point, so it is floating. That would move it around in various systems relative to where it scales, and I might have to do some transformations in SVG because that doesn't apply transformations in order. It just either batches them up and applies them in its own order, or doesn't apply them ordered, or something. It's something different. Also, focus on, well, focus on God. Focus view assumes a center, which I guess the center is going to need some, gonna have some issues. Oh, my scale is really messed up right now. Oh yeah, because it's more zoomed in than it was. How does this not affect chart metrics if those are in pixel coordinates? So I think I need this in logical units. And we just have to figure out how to make it work for SVG. So does focus view even care about the size? Well, I guess we are passing different diameters to it. So it cares a little bit. But that might be just 1 over. So how do we... How do we translate this? That's figuring out the size of our visible window, which does affect our zoom. Oh, maybe it's just... Is this sub-window height, sub-window width? We actually probably have to two-float them again. Oh, you know what? We were dealing with floats here. So would these just be, well, size was a constant here though. But we're gonna take the min of it. Oh, but that doesn't have something to do with diameter. I want to know... Yeah, so that's kind of like an accurate scaling for how we want to draw it. So I want my application zoom to be something. See, so one was pixel size of the SVG, but that depends on SVG. Canvas is pixels at, well, I guess you can still say zoom was approximately 1 pixel per there. That assumes that we pick a size for the image, which we could pick a scaling factor, but different things are different scaling factors. So that's already a little bit fishy. I feel like I might need to move this stuff more into the view layer where it's sort of saying, okay, draw the chart over here a little bit. That's going to involve some of the same math. So we center. Okay, so you are in this coordinate, so we're adding this. So we move to center. Oh, actually, the offset's been in 0, 0. Or whatever 0, 0 is. We scale that up, so if we just lose scale here, and then these are the centering factors. Oh, and we did sub window. So the scale went into zoom. All right, so we're resetting zoom. So this is really just, was just become 1 over size effectively as like our model zoom. Okay, we've got this. So that's definitely not a zoom of 1. We're still adding the center. Now this is like the last operation on our offset. So if the individual things know the height and width, Well, there were some things about margins and stuff that's awkward. Because there's the actual screen area, and we want to draw out the entire thing so we can fill out to the edges. But coordinate-wise, we have to consider all that stuff. All right, so this is updating zoom, and this is the zoom we're updating to. Let's see, what did we take out? We took out chart size and window size from the calculations. Does that mean that this no longer... Well, yeah, yeah, so this just goes to 1. These go to some zoom factor that we can't actually see because its coordinates are messed up. So that's not at all relevant to the current window view. So in our view, so we're trying to give canvas window size. If we give SVG window size, let's see. Shows the absolute size. I guess the center is the only thing that really matters as far as the offsets from things. We sort of have this stuff down. So if that is offset. We've been adding this stuff and using it directly. Drags will also have to undo the zooming, but not the offsetting. We're like building up a whole set of stuff here. All right, so size, not a factor. I don't think you're a factor. If I'm giving you the height and the width, then those things have to figure out how they want to handle that. We've lost a little bit of the inset scaling. The actual drawing routines are going to become very unhappy with this. Oh. You were ints, weren't you? I went ahead and translated this to that because you needed it all in float form. And you never needed geometry before. And we're only doing an add, but it's here. Okay, scale 1. Okay, so it's not the same problem as before. We're doing this twice, so that could be a thing. So we saw canvas. Oh. So your position may be a little bit weird. So that's a teeny tiny zoom now. So now what do we do with you? Actually, that's probably about the same. It's our offset that's messed up. So that's displaying at a positive. This is the offset by that stuff. Oh, but I was also dragging, so the dragging is just going to be weird now. Actually, that... Okay, I'd missed some of this problem before. Don't have those events hooked up yet. Okay, yeah, our positioning is a little wonky right now. I'm actually surprised that the left and right is working, though. Well, probably we were just all wrong, and now that we've moved it, we've kind of moved things back into pixel coordinates. And which is what everything else still relies on. Okay, so it thinks it's at 0, 0. I kind of need to get everything else sorted out to... Oh, right, we had moved it back to... We actually moved this back to the corner to get the rendering origin of these things. So this is kind of turning into a view translation, except we're going to have to do a bunch of that translation as well when dragging. So you kind of just turn to that. And then zoom is zoom. So what do I do for you? So this is like a screen center offset that needs to get passed down? And if zoom is logic, I guess we'll also need some information about the window size. That would be following for the other one. So this is where we get into some of this stuff. So I pre-converted you to float because we're going to be using it in geometry add to that. Well, point is a float. I'm not sure. Just maybe SVG doesn't need this. Window width, window height. Which one are you complaining about? In front model. In view. View model, model.window width. Oh, I left this here. That's losing relevance. Now that, I can imagine, is going to be a complete disaster. Maybe less than I expected, although I think we're still manipulating this to drags and things as if it was something else. And it's being interpreted on the other end as something else. So before we deal with any of that stuff... Okay, so that's the new one. Split. So as we set this thing up, we need to do a bunch of things similar to that. So you had... doing a whole transformation on it. Okay, so you wanted to shift. Man, this is just a whole process. This is like all the kind of stuff that we're gonna have to do to translate this back. Because shifts are in pixel land. We've got a zoom down there, which I don't think affects this stuff. And we got a center. So that puts us back where we were. Oh. Okay. Actually, model.zoom is 1 right now. That might be messing up our coordinates. But we passed the window with the window height. Now, we were using these tweaked values. In the canvas case, we need the actual width and height because it's going to size itself. And then we either need the full adjusted size or the sort of offset adjustments, which I guess we're actually making different adjustments. Oh, and we've just copied the... We calculated the adjustments into there. We had the extra 16, which I think probably affected some of our centering stuff. Yeah, so we're going to need to get more specific about height and width. We have to say I don't know, image width, image height, and display area, display height. Display width, display height. Which, if we don't scale it, that would stay in, but it'll end up being effectively float. Because it's a display window within there. Now, you might not actually need... In fact, you have not used. So this would be like display width and display height. And then canvas actually needs more. And then with that, we need to add an additional scale factor somewhere. Well, zoom is 1 right now, so we can't even tell what it's doing. No, because our coordinates are still equally messed up here. Interesting that that is fine and that is not. Because they should both be referring to 0. So that's going to be a fun little exercise. Oh, that's probably... Might even be that. Okay. Just too zoomed in. And then if we don't do that, I think I'm going to have to get a local zoom and apply it twice. Yep. Which is probably going to look a little bit like some of this stuff. So size, let's see, size was diameter. We're originally doing that. Oh, this is just display. Well, there's the extra 16. So we'll have to see about that. Oh, what is diameter? Diameter was the target zoom size. Okay, yeah, so this is where we had the like little plus 16 in there. Which was really, I guess, the visual inset from the borders. But we were using that. Yeah, because the center was offset differently. Oh, sub window. Ooh. We were using, okay, well, sub window. So plus was 40. But then the thing we're passing to there. Well, only width has to deal with that. After that, now this is available space. But did I then use this? Oh, and you're plus too. I used this to take care of the half size. Oh, because this is the top, bottom, and the sidebar stuff. Or the top bar and the sidebar. So that's why you're offset. Okay, so that's that divided by 2. This thing was already divided by 2. Sub width was minus that, minus that. Blah. I'm not sure I put that in. Value is not a function was given one argument. Yeah. All the parentheses. So these could actually be maybe some operator ambiguity. This feels rigidly centered. $275. Well, I don't know what my window width is. Okay, so 943. It's an awkward number. Or we could just make sure it's done right. Nope, that didn't move anything. Is this doing anything? Maybe just making it really small? Okay, yes, it's making it smaller, but it's not moving it over. Right, because the center is actually what I want to adjust here. Are you doing anything? Oh, right, because we're not using this yet, right? Add center. I hadn't actually put this in yet. Oh, okay. So what do we do to you? Okay, well, now it's up there. No, that's up there. Oh, because copying error. Okay, that's kind of reasonable. All right, so that's a static position. All manner of adjustments now need to account for all of that stuff, which might mean doing a lot of this math. Well, I guess really the main thing we need to account for is zoom. Where do we have to account for that? Okay, so that just leaves it as it was. That's a drag to on mouse move, on mouse down. Okay, so what we really care about is where offset gets updated. On mouse up. So we finish at a drag, if possible. That's a zoom. It's a zoom change which affects the offset. All right, well, we'll have to wait on zoom a little bit. On mouse move, and that's the same as that. All right, so we have our dragging status, we have the point we received, and that. So we got points in two different coordinate systems. So our brand new point in screen space, our old offset in virtual space. I think zoom is, we didn't pass zoom, is going to be the main concern here. Okay, so we had a start point. We were doing a subtract. So our start point, we're doing something with that with point. Let's see, so dragging start. Okay, so you're a screen coordinate. Oh, model.offset point. So there's our old offset. Okay, so start diff point. That's fine. You just zoom or 1 over zoom. Okay. Not happy with that. We expect the diff to be reasonable. I've still got an offset somewhere. Just that. Oh, we're at scale 1 right now. So zoom's not it. So this SSB scaled by. This might be like our sub window width, or a window width, or window size. So I might actually want. Okay, so you didn't actually get into the minimum. I think our canvas did. Although we've not updated some things here. Yeah, model.width, model.height. 2 float times model.zoom. It's actually getting us kind of close to a filling thing here. Although you're displaying differently right now. So there's still some tweaking to do there. We haven't dealt with our new parameters. So I might have to deal with what the target size of that was, which right now is kind of done in the view. We might be able to get something sort of reasonable. Which we don't have this factor here. It was a very nice function until we had to do that. Okay, it's not actually zoom, but we need to figure out what the heck we're doing here. You're an int, aren't you? Okay, it's wrong. Also, it's no, we'd have to scale them differently. We just have to figure out which one we want to use as our scaling factor. And then the release we don't have set up. So on zoom change, I guess we just want to keep this around. Or on size change. Even though it's perfectly calculable. What do we call this? Graphic size, image size, chart size. What are we setting window width to? Well, I guess it's the smaller of them, right? Oh, we actually need the derived value here. Wonderful. This is resetting zoom. I guess this only changes when height and width change. Which makes this nice and messy now. All right, and we just said scale by. Okay, it's still off. And scaling is... It has a certain symmetry to it. So it's moving less than the mouse pointer is moving. That means a half. Nope, now it's moving more. This could also be the window inset thing. We're not doing any of that in here, are we? Window display size. So I guess I either need functions to calculate this, or I have to put these in the model and use them to get that. Because this is what we are actually scaling stuff by. Well, no. We pass those down to SVG. SVG that's its chart size. Factors that into its zoom. Which I'm going to have to revisit how some of these translation factors work as well. Okay, so your actual drawing is based on this thing. But I guess if we did the min before the divide, it wouldn't really matter. Well, would it turn into a max? No, it's the same numerator, so it's fine. So do you actually need both of those? You wouldn't need both of those then. Or do we use this? No. Because you get a center, so that takes care of anything there. So you would just have like a... scale factor? That means we have to push this up into something that is either in the model or easily calculated from the model. If it's a function, then we don't have it in the view where we need it. Now, one of the things we're doing is accounting for top bars and bottom bars that are part of the view. So we got that chart size. Actually, are we done with this? Yes, we're done with that. Would you have that function because you're the one who's saying how much space we should allow for these things? So that's the center is based. Center is based on something a little bit different. So we've been doing height and width. We so far have had no need to actually have that. We should just scale factor. Actually, do I need this outside of here? I might not need this outside of here. And I know we need a min somewhere. You were doing that. Does this just work into Zoom? You just work it into Zoom. I'm not yet sure how it works into does Zoom end up affecting? Well, we'll see that when we start when we start zooming. So I guess for now we have to keep it separate. It might collapse back down. And this returns an int. See, this is all still... Wait, do I have to invert this? I guess you can think of that as like the diameter. That's something. That's an actual thing. All right, and then well, we wanted to redo SVG to take that. Because you're doing da, 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 da. So you wanted to do... that, and this is where the internal size of this comes into play. Okay, that's a nicer way to think about it. Did we... Okay, we cleaned up a lot of that stuff. We could, in theory, pass a pre-computed zoom in here. And then it would just be zoom divided by chart size. Because I'm not using you for anything. Ooh. That's affecting some of our metrics because we did stuff based on zoom. So I think that stuff just has to be tweaked. Yeah, model.zoom, model.zoom. But this should have some representation of display size. Ooh. Well, this is in our calculate metrics, which means it doesn't include that factor. I might still need to tweak these for our new zoom paradigm. But this is not independent unless if we do it that way. Unless... I mean, that seems like would... Well, no, that's getting kind of back to it. Okay. And it kind of fixes up the text that was showing up. So you're basically rescaling yourself by the chart size. And it's possible there are better ways to do that, given that we kind of know that this thing is going to be scaled by that here. All right, so is chart diameter the actual translation factor, though? All right, so it's the chart size. We're doing all this stuff. Hey, width and height. How about that? Oh, this might be inverse, actually. All right, definitely whacked. That seems to be tracking pretty good. Oh, well, can't scale yet. That's tracking okay. We're back to some outside edge problems. I thought I had fixed that, but maybe not. And with that, can we fix zoom? So tweak, well, we need our new zoom value. I think. Maybe we need our old zoom value. So we have our difference. Geometry.sub model.offset. Point. So we had the point where it happened. This is not a straight up sub anymore. So we used to be doing point and origin point. I guess we translate point into this space. By which zoom? Well, that was our old point, right? Oh no, this is chart size, which is just depends on the window. Drag to. We've been calling it zoom. It's not really zoom. It's the diameter. It's our chart size. It's something. So we're just doing scale by that, which actually is, it's scaling it down. So that was doing a difference. So offset used to represent an actual point though. For the drag, we were just doing a difference. Okay, so we are subbing offset twice, but we're using diff over here with the okay, so tweak is the amount, scale the difference between those by that much. Well, that's almost right. So for one thing, it's backwards. That was an interesting development. Okay, so that was very wrong. So yeah, this is like backwards like every other time, I think. So I need to sub these the other way. Doesn't flow, unfortunately. Eh. So maybe that wasn't actually backwards. That's just weird. We need... Actually, I've got a drawing offset in here. It's not going to be in the same place. That's in view. Okay, so diff. Diff again. That might have been multiple steps. I guess it was only one. All right, so a point somewhere. Scaled to negative. Oh, do I have to do center offset of some sort? Why are you negative? Offset was 0, 0, so there's no... I might have to translate you to center. Right, so actually the sub offset might not be doing much. So diff. So here, the first one is not doing much. So point, is chart size negative? Okay, scaled. Now our diff is negative. So we're subtracting that from this. This makes me mean that the flow form of sub might not be super optimal for flow form. Okay, so that's used. It's used directly. Huh. Oh, that's the point minus sub. Should we have like minus? Well, I guess you could possibly want to do either order. Is that what we want to do? So offset minus that gives you a flipped sign. So that offset used to represent a point on screen. We adjusted the size of it. For difference, we cut a start point and an end point, so all we had to care about was the difference in points. So I actually need to deal with translation to the on-screen position, which kind of gets back to we haven't fixed up our hit. Oh, well, there's a negative offset. That was interesting. Oh, yeah, add -1. So this was in pixel coordinates. We were doing chart size. We were doing zoom. And we're probably just going to have to get into this. And that's what get passed to hit. Which I'm not sure what units you are in. Model.zoom is nothing. So this is where was that pre-flipped? I didn't have a thing for you, although that's both sets of scaling. Okay, that puts it into small space. If it's there, we'd actually expect that to be, Yeah, I probably am going to need that center thing. Okay, so we're long but done with this. Offset is just model.offset. That became a wash. At least so far it is. Okay, that was just an error. So we were recording the chart scale. We only need this in one place right now. Does that place have the model, though? And oh, this does need to update with screen size. Well, that'll be in the model. Okay, we are already unhappy with something. Oh, right, because you just need to be width and height. And we're in parenthesis hell. Now you should have had an extra one. Maybe you lost one too? No. Okay, yeah, I guess the divided by 2 just flows in there. Doesn't need an extra layer. hit something. Okay. From offset. We're not dealing with that yet. Scaled. It's probably going to go the wrong way. Oh, okay, so you're a point. Our sub would get weird here, wouldn't it? Or is this actually center sub point? Okay, that was a point sort of near the center. Offset needs to be actually after the scale. Although I guess if I thought of it as dragging chart center around, I could probably translate that back into something. That's nearest the center. I'm not sure about my positives and negatives. All right, what is hit chart looking for? Oh, because I haven't even hit a god here. And then I hit one. So these might all be Hermes. Well, we know who that was, but I think if that hits, it returns that. It doesn't record if it's a hit. Error? Oh, maybe these are duos? Okay. I suppose we've got a fairly wide range on it. Hit boons. So we do God hit and then we do duos. Okay. We've also possibly got a size issue here. Let's dot filter. Okay, location 1. So we're hitting, I believe that's our last step. Whichever one this is. Which we've got things very small now. Oh, the problem is these are symmetric. Can I... We're in Boon chart. No, this is actually going to be a traits thing. Actually, pre-processed duos. Okay. What did that leave us with? That left us with this one. Okay, 0.5-ish. Okay, so this is a Y flip issue. Right, because that's a coordinate from here that is in a mathematical coordinate system. We don't have flip here. Wait, model.offset needs to flip? Maybe SVG is in that same coordinate system. We could do this pretty much anywhere. Let's see. Yeah, we're not really dealing with it in parts anywhere. So scale, scale, add. It actually looks pretty close, so I don't think we want to... Oh. Well, our offset's been working fine. Of course, maybe our offset's in that coordinate system. Okay, we're not registering a hit. Oh, right, because we haven't done this. Okay, 0.46, 0.12. 0.56. I might need to do something so I can draw a point on it. Now, scaling sort of works. That sort of holds up, actually. Other than, oh, yeah, we got some problems there yet. Is that outside of our distance? Well, what's our radius? Our distance is unreasonably far. Oh, are you flipping on the way in? You're doing a whole bunch of stuff on the way in. Geometry.add. and flip. So we were kind of doing half the job in one place and half the job in the other. Fabulous. Okay, so you're taking care of the flip, but we've got this. So you were getting a 0-1. And doing some center offset stuff. I think we took care of centering by the on-screen center? Because we know where we're drawing the chart at. Oh, I'm trying to do a boon chart for Hades, and unfortunately it's a little bit broken right now. So I don't know if I can properly. Well, I've got the duo boons turned off, and I can't click on things. Well, actually, I can still do some of it from here, but all of our sort of coordinates are being reworked right now. And actually, it looks like I'm getting the blur problems again, which is why I'm doing that. Yeah, our scaling's all messed up. Yeah, so until today it was working pretty nice. But in preparation for moving it to canvas to get rid of all these blurry problems, I'm reworking all of my coordinate transformations to make it not depend on some built-in constants. Yeah, well, it's a whole bunch of prerequisites and they weren't designed with any kind of graphics in mind. So unsurprisingly, it's hard to sort of paste that on top. Let's see. Do I have any new files right now? No. Oh, need to get K here. So today is the problem. I probably should have put down a thing for this. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so that is how things are supposed to work. And we still got some of the blurry stuff, but you can go into individual things. You can kind of see where certain things might lead you. You can see where you have a possibility for a duo if you find the right connection. See, so that actually didn't connect there. What are you connecting to? Oh, you're a cast. To get that going, and where other choices have locked things out. And then we also have this as an alternate, so we can do quick select from various things, and that'll take care of some of the rules better. So by this point, you can see a lot of stuff is locked out because you can just never get there. Well, I mean, this is far exceeded my primary playtime on Hades, so I can't fault them for spending all their development time on the actual gameplay loop rather than better information tools. But I did find it very hard while playing to sort of figure out like what duo am I eligible for, what is taking this going to cut me off from something else and such. Oh, I guess it could have been. I mean, if they did, it's probably more along the lines of these charts. Okay, the individual gods. which were very handy and very useful in setting up my work. But this only deals with like the basics of, and this actually isn't a very bad one. We get something like, I mean, Artemis is a royal mess, and a lot of the mess is in the duos, so it's not as bad here. But yeah, I imagine if they had things that probably more on this level. Yeah, the duos are one of the things I wanted to figure out. And most of them, like if you think about the effect it's doing and the things it's interacting with, it makes perfect sense. But what I want, I guess the main thing I wanted was, okay, if I pick this, what possibilities does that open? And we can kind of see that, okay, we've got possible duos over here. We're not making a connection over here. Actually, we are making, because they don't have the dots. Well, that would sure be nice. I don't know what's possible. I mean, maybe we have like a save file watcher, but that won't get the interactive prompts. I could do something. I don't know if drawing this inside the game is going to be possible, but I haven't looked. We could try to export some information from the game with some sort of mod, or maybe I just do a thing that shows you like the things that you are making possible and the things you are making impossible on each boon select, which should really be the essence of what you want. And you could go to the website to meditate on the chart if you wanted to do that. So I don't know if integration is going to end up being possible. I haven't seen this kind of dynamic drawing in the game. It's like all bitmap based. So for one thing, I'd have to figure out how, okay, do we like pre-generate graphics for all of this? Do I do it as a zoomable map type thing? That went to allow rotation, but unless you did maps for every single rotation. But that would sure be nice. I've tried playing the game with it, and flipping over all the time is kind of a pain. And there's still a lot of design issues to work out. Like, I think I might want to like do the lightning bolt as just a color, or I want to possibly do something with the icons. Like when you kind of fade out or pull out, it's just the icons, and then maybe some colored squares, and then you zoom in and you can actually see the icons. Cool. But yeah, that's what it's like when it's working. I just, in trying to set up for Canvas U, I'm like, oh, I have this magic number built into all of my calculations that doesn't make sense in this other rendering system. So like a lot of this stuff now it's like I'm tracking my offset in screen coordinates, which, I guess screen coordinates might have been okay. I just have to. But I was using that magic number as I was working out, like, click locations and things. So yeah, I kind of had to undo that thing to make it work. And back to broken. All right, so I was doing point adjustments in two different places here. Yeah, thanks. So this is telling us that this -3, so I probably corner is up there. Well, it's off the chart. Huh. Oh, maybe I should block that over here. Yeah, okay, so that is the 0 base that we want. So actually we don't have this. And, oh, this is where I do the... no, because this is all charts. What do we want it in? So flipped makes this a positive. So that's good. So we don't have any translation here now. Although I guess this is the point where I could have done some of the translation work that I was just doing. Okay, so flipped. Where was at? Did I not reload the right thing? Oop. Okay, that passed through. Distance was a little bit too much. Oh, hey. Okay, our hit detection. Oh, you know what? I was sizing these things based on zoom, and I've got some other things going on now. But we're more or less there. Now, does this hold up under... yeah, this holds up under movement. Okay. So I think that's my target size. So it's either that or the zoom factor that I'm passing through. Or exactly how we're interpreting this stuff. So we've been looking at this at zoom 1. So that thing's going to leave that exactly where that is. We're looking at exactly one case right now. So what is, we know what our radius target is. Oh, 0.03. So messed up. So our radius is the same now. And it's just feeling way too small. All right, so what zoom are we passing? Well, no, yeah, my zoom tweaked a little bit. So the clamp is probably okay. Wait. What's my radius? That's a duoboon size. No, it should have been a duoboon size. It's getting radius as a float. Duoboon size. Oh, divided by 2. I guess that's diameter versus radius. So that was the smallest it could possibly be. We have to allow that to be... So we were about, what 0.15? At the start. So that's a scale of 1. Or, oh, actually, these are the... These are the same with different clamps. Huh? Maybe those are on-screen sizes? And it's divided by 2 again. I was probably using these in... Yeah, so I was using these directly here. And this is what I'm using to actually draw them. So in that sense, it's the size isn't correct, is not, the actual function is not incorrect. Maybe I just have less stuff going on, so that divided by 2 doesn't make sense anymore? Or is that actually making it larger? Wait, you haven't recompiled yet. Ready, so 0.2. Still seems... I guess it's the main body. Could actually be a little bit bigger, but supposedly this is what we're using to actually draw? Eh. Or is the drawing getting the effect of a different zoom? Yes, you're getting the chart size factor. I'm probably using zoom straight up. So I need to be able to calculate that independent of something like chart size. So... I was using this for my text size. Oh, you are incorporating chart size. Well, that might be removing the chart size from the zoom. So if we did do model.zoom, and then didn't do chart size? Would that work out? And you're divided by, and that was multiplied by chart size. So is that the only thing? Display boon trait. The only thing we used that for was font. Yeah, that was. So that's multiplying all of those things together. The size is sort of an arbitrary factor. So if we take that back to model.zoom, then we dump chart size out of the factor. It's kind of hard to zoom in here right now. Eef. That seems kind of appropriate. All right, so you were using this stuff. So this is drawing appropriately for this modified number. Now, that kind of affected all of the zoom values we were using to work things out. But these have to be transparent to the generic coordinate system. So duo boon size, basic boon size, go back to boon chart. We're thinking those needed to be a bit bigger. It seemed like pretty small values. So the values we're getting out of these are right for drawing. If I'm throwing chart size into the mix, well, that's a pretty big factor, actually. Size times zoom. Okay, and then your local factor. So this is the size of the boon. And right now, we're getting decent results with the 0.2 to 0.8 and 0.1 to 0.2. Oh, I only using this for fonts again? No, we have a scale at the end. So that's working out to be the right thing. How do we post-op tweak that? If I do the chart size afterwards, it's not going to be clamped in the same way. And then the actual values in here need to get tweaked because we're not doing that anymore. And of course, I'm trying to get all this stuff nailed down so I can get zoom to work, and meanwhile, it's hard to read anything. Okay, well, they weren't that small. Or are you times? Well, that just plain doesn't work. This is going to be slightly off. Yeah, teeny tiny. So probably clamped a little bit differently. Oh god, the blur. Yeah, I think they are getting bigger. It's just not in the same way it used to be. So that means this is not accounting for the chart size factor at all. What do I need to do to translate that? Oh, you know what? This might actually be right. Because they were feeling too small. I'm not quite sure why dividing that by a really large number made it all work out right. Okay, that's it. Oh, you know what? I removed the divide by 2. Make it a radius. All right, so now we can tweak these visually. So our clamp probably isn't going to be the same. How big can these get now? Well, the zoom is starting to make this kind of impossible. So this is the larger size. So let's play with some stuff. Okay, that's just getting clamped down, I guess. Or is it the other end? Are you still there? Oh, is it teeny tiny? Wait, why is the size making it smaller? Well, that made it smaller yet, apparently. Right, I've got all my duos turned off right now, so I'm not getting any feedback about their particular size. Okay, well that had a more predictable effect. So that was definitely too big. So we're playing around with what, twice? And where is that? It's probably a little bit smaller than before. Gosh, the blurry's out in full force. And you were what, like twice that? Wait. Oh no, those are definitely smaller than before. Those feel bigger. Yeah, it's a little bit too big. Wait, this was 8 before. Did you have a wider range? All right, I'm not using that right now. And the dark icons are just like extra dark. Feels like maybe a little bit smaller. And these are still a little giant here. Hmm. Oh, no, okay, so that had compiled. Do I have to up this as well? Or does this go the other way? No, still compiled. Oh. But this web server caches aggressively. Mm. Can't even see him. Okay. I guess that's big enough. Yeah. Okay, well, that sort of worked. Okay, so that's still too big. So 0.02, if we're clamping to that, I guess we're not, I guess that the thing we're mathing isn't getting that big. Oh yeah, 'cause we're at zoom. Oh. Zoom doesn't describe the on-screen size anymore. That's why they're putting the chart size in, made it do more appropriate things. Oh, was the chart size itself not the old chart size? No, that's this chart size. We were making it a very, very small number. I guess we're just going down to our limits then. And then maybe I wasn't getting the zooming when going in because I can't really tell because we can't zoom. So what was... And that's actually the thing when you hear for our fonts too. We added something... Or did I work that into the zoom here? Aha. I did work it into the zoom. So this is screen relative. Oh, but we were timesing this by the diameter and then dividing it by chart size. So my thought was, oh, cool, we can only pass one parameter here. Well, that is how big you are on screen, which is going to be very relevant for font sizing concerns. It's just, it's not this. It's, we have to consider that when we're passing zooms around, which, since this is we're returning a factor that's like in chart space based on a zoom that's like on-screen size. So maybe I have to think about this a little bit differently. Because the zoom used to be a semi-independent thing that made some assumptions that zoom 1 was like the 1-to-1 ratio of pixels for the basic boons, or it was duo boons. And we were zoomed out when we were small. Now we're going to have really, really big numbers. That's going to be almost like, it's not a zoom, it's like this isn't zoom, this is diameter. All right, well, zoom relative sizing kind of, well, it kind of works for the icon size. The actual on-screen size is relevant for font stuff for some of the font visibility things. Relative size works for boon things because we're just like the chart is sized to have certain allowances. So as long as it's all relative to each other, it's fine. But then text needs to a certain extent have relative sizes. So I might want to pass zoom diameter so that I can keep those things separate if I want them separate, and I can make them together if I want them together. This is almost like an offset zoom center diameter kind of thing. You maybe think of it that way. Okay, so man, what are we using you for? Well, there's this zoom, which is like coordinate translation stuff. So that has to go in here. Although, wait, you've already scaled by that. When we divided by chart size, so diameter divided by chart size gives us kind of a relative size of it. So that's a thing. But that means chart size actually washes out of here? And this actually included diameter before, effectively. Maybe this matters relative where our shift is. But this almost seems like we're scaling by chart size zoom and diameter, which was kind of undoing that. Maybe this was never like at that size. So the diameter versus chart size does tell us something about sort of relative on-screen size in a very abstract way. I guess zoom, diameter, chart size gets us... This might be kind of a way to get to a pixel scaling factor. But we're not going to have that exact scaling factor when we're doing this abstract stuff. So that has to be like an abstract size. We could just do that from straight up model zoom. All right, so that's model zoom. Model zoom no longer includes a large number. Display boon trait was doing it for... I see this is for text rendering stuff. This is going to change many things. Okay, so there's the size. The size includes a divide by chart size. I might have to go to ground here. Now those are going to include a bunch of other factors. Oh, fabulous. Now we can't find it. The offset could be an issue. What do we... You see, I don't know whether it's in or out. And our offset could be all screwed up. Well, the offset's going to be pretty small. That would just put it in the upper corner. Oh, and our scale's all messed up right now. Okay, so we have to scale. Well, size is the big composite thing. And our centering is not messed up. But size washes out chart size. Okay, accurate. And our zoom is 1 right now, which if we want to zoom, we need that. Huh. Right, I think I was trying to make the SVG that size. And then sort of scale it back down. So I might have to revisit that at some point. So for centering, we got well, this was chart size and size, so that would say that this thing needs to be the same thing, right? Oh, this needs to be geometry. Okay, so our zoom logic is still messed up. That's what we were trying to fix. And am I using this anywhere right now? I mean, that I can kind of see where that's... All right, we put model.zoom in there. That's not necessarily what we need there. These are comparables from our generic charts. That has to kind of be the same. So those are overblown. That is feeling closer to our original size. And I think I had them get smaller as we zoomed in. Oh, we were at 0.08 before, actually. Does it push back to here? With other things cleaned up? Okay, that's still on the small side. So this zoom thing is not right. That 0.8 seemed close-ish. That feels a little too small. That might be about right for those. These are all going to be the sort of minimum size right now. And then what do we do for you? Well, zoom is 1 at this stage. So already this needs to be something like that. Okay. Whatever you want it to be at zoom 1. That use a bit. Well, that's like the big size. Okay, yeah, so that's too big. It's allowed to get that big, but not here. Does that mean you should be allowed to get bigger? Would have a different set point? Okay, I guess that's getting bigger. Well, the entire thing's zooming up. Actually, are you supposed to be getting smaller as we go in? So it's... I think the duos might be shrinking a lot faster. Because we've also got a pretty small chart right now. Interesting. So that ended up in the same place. And hit defect detection doesn't feel like garbage. All right, so we got the coordinate translation down for these. Which was a little bit of a side tangent because we were trying to get zooming scaling down, and like, oh, this is the same thing. So we take our center, we offset that from our target point. This is a different chart size. This is the calculated, it's like the inverse of inverse of our diameter, which makes me, it's like we keep using it as chart size. But tracking it as diameter would probably be easier to think about. Makes me wonder if I should be doing radius instead. And this is where we have to go inverting it again. Oh, 1 divided by zoom, 1 divided by diameter. That's interesting. All right, I didn't get this one right. Char diameter, where do we do that? Oop. Okay, so that still works. Well, other than those are some issues we were kind of able to just not hit before. And scaling is messed up. But now we have hit boon. All right, to go from a point to an offset. We ran through that process. So when we scale, we want to go to the point where we're at, rescale it around there, and then go back. So the chart center, I don't think is a factor here. So we're scaling the point to that coordinate system. Or is it because that's where we're placing the 0 of the virtual coordinate system? I need to translate that point. I need to translate my current point, which is offset. No. I need to move offset diff. Offset equals diff, geometry.add, tweak diff. Yeah, we're modifying offset. So the brute force way to do this is we do this whole process. So I actually did have to do this to get a full translation. So this is virtual point. Takes us to this local coordinate system. The flip might, I don't know if the flip matters. So translate that to there. The subdirection might matter. We're subbing offset twice. Well, okay. That, maybe not quite right. Also, this actually doesn't work under Zoom. I haven't, which might be something we need to sort out. I guess we couldn't really zoom. Yeah, that's not quite right. So that is that center. Oh, we've already got that. That is just the coordinate in that system. Oh, and actually those icons look too big now. Fabulous. They just have like an absolute limit on how small they can get now. It's not quite what I wanted. And, okay. Oh, yeah, we've got some real zoom problems here. It slightly bothers me that we're doing offset and then doing the flip. And then we're doing stuff with offset again, which tells me that we might be in a different coordinate system here. In which case we need to get that sorted out. Okay, yeah, we lost something there. Kind of starts off okay. It kind of zooms towards the right side of things. What's with this double sub? I think I sort of get the idea was that it was a difference. And then we also have to get that point. Yeah, it's still off. So other than the coordinate flip, which I don't think, yeah, I mean the up-down general direction is right. It's just like it's a little bit too much. And we're still doing that okay. Okay, we're kind of okay near the center. Well, no, we were okay near the center. Maybe default center? I get, yeah, it does not zoom. Wow, what the? I guess we're getting feedback effects from the zoom. So we have a virtual coordinate there, a virtual coordinate of the offset. Oh, maybe? It actually got us to an offset, or a coordinate that's comparable to all of this stuff, which is what we're using for the boons. We might have to look at if our offset needs to get flipped. So other than that, we know it corresponds to a point on here. I feel like I'm missing a step here. Maybe I lost something while we were adding and removing stuff. The diff should be the vector between the old origin and the new spot. Wait a minute, is the offset what we want? I mean, we're getting the translation, but it's like we're translating, we're offsetting it to the center of this. Finding the point relative to that, and then doing all of our scaling stuff. And then figuring out where it hits on the chart. So actually, does where it hits on the chart matter? So I got a position relative to just the center of the screen. Scale that into here. which I almost wonder. Well, no, because these are not even amounts, so we kind of have to account for that. Pixel coordinates relative to this, to the center from which we're doing offset. Scale it into that system. We added a negative offset. That's here. And a negative offset. Oh, to move it to... So we had a point that was like positive out here. We had subtraction to get, well, are my signs right? To get a point relative down here. Scale that into 0, 1. Take it by our offset. Now it's comparable to said offset. I guess here it's comparable to offset. Maybe in this stage we don't want to do this because we're going to do the subtraction there. Yeah, the direction is right. The magnitude is not. So offset used to be 2 screen coordinates. I guess it doesn't matter as long as it's relative to the coordinate system. The difference between those, our direction is right, so it doesn't feel like the direction we subtract these should matter. We calculate the difference as boop to boop. So you're essentially trying to rescale around that point. So we want to... I think this actually works out to offset minus stiff. And it's changing offset. Well, we tried to calculate an exact coordinate here, right? What if we did something silly? Oh, we're flip-flopping, aren't we? Every time we're taking the diff and setting that to the center. Because that's a right. Because that's a relative coordinate. Yeah, we still got the flip-flop effect because it's kind of moving around its own base point. How do we work through this? Well, so that's the window center. This is relative point. We do a bunch of scaling. We, from center, we have a difference. Okay, I didn't get my original point, but we're at a spot near the center. We applied a bunch of scaling and got some negatives. Which, since the center was at 0, that just is what it is. The difference is definitely positive. Let's see. So that's there. Do we want that to be what we would add or subtract to get back there? So that's the amount we would add to the point to get to the origin. The offset was 0. We subtract again. Well, actually, it's diff, so that's the positive value. So that is like what? Well, we're trying to tweak offset. To ever so slightly adjust for the scaling we've made. Okay, so sanity check. Fabulous. Well, shoot, it's not going to be 0, 0. It's going to be... So maybe we could have done this someplace else. So if we actually manage to do this at the center every time, everything is fine. Because our diff is 0, and that's a thing we're applying to stuff. But in our offset 0, so what about, okay. So this is already messed up. Well, this is the center of the screen, not the center of the chart. So the center of the screen should be getting pretty close to that, not zooming off to the side here. So we can't even do, oh my God. So it's probably like I think we're recentering a little bit every time. Getting closer and closer to the center, so we're losing our offset. That should still be going around the screen. This doesn't account for either offset or point being weird. How about we save? Um. Okay, well, okay, so actually, that was just syntax error. Okay, so relative point scaled is not much from center. It's just kind of just the same thing with a different point. So we got a difference of this. Our final was more negative. One, please. Scaled from center, difference is negative. Final 3 zeros 5 negative. Well, this is our offset. If we assume positive, then actually it would make sense that the offset would go slightly off that way. So why does it always go wonky? You know what? It tends to go wonkier as we zoom in. Is chart offset independent of zoom? Well, we've got a constant now, so. It's still zooming off a little bit there. Right when we zoom in. Well, okay, so this process we decided wasn't quite working zoom-wise. Where is... Huh. Well, we said you weren't working well with zoom at all. So that is moving more. And a 1 over that would indeed make it smaller. We want two factors. It's like we're kind of approaching this point where we have a single compound factor. All right, well, I'm getting too brain fried. Oh, it's like you want to fix up the one little thing and it just doesn't go. That's what I'm using on. Oh my gosh, it's later than I thought. Let's see. What do we got going on? I suppose this is something I might want to fix later, but I've also got to like do grocery shopping and cooking and things yet. I know I've got a late start. But thanks for watching. Thanks for support from all the subscribers, volunteering otherwise. Let's see, coding wise, I see some game development. Says he's working in a medieval city builder. I feel like I say it's cool to hang out. Is that Jinsha? He's working on some game dev. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye and until next time.